Man, I was meant to start this shit from 2, like even before too. It was precise and point. And then I remembered, man, I do have some assets, don't I? Because I remember doing something related to what this game was supposed to be 2 years ago. Ah, boy, time flies. Time sure does fly. Where is the time? Here. Remove it so that it doesn't replay all the fucking time over and over again. Sure. Oh, what now? Let me see. I possibly forgot something. God, every single time that I just when I click start streaming doesn't mean that I'm gonna start streaming. It just means get your mind ready, prepare yourself mentally to start streaming more so than anything else. So that is not looking bad. The title thing. That's of course not gonna fucking use that one still. But that reminded me how I fucking hate destructive content creation. Oh, why the fuck do I have so many? Oh, I recall. So many tabs open. It's because I was reading the update logs for ViadoTube, the tongue that loads the avatar there. And because I saw that it was when I minimized it, it started using 20% of the GPU. For no actual fucking reason. When I left it open, the same fucking shit. Just like no GPU usage. And I thought that might be a bug. There's no way this is not a bug. Why would they require 20% of the GPU just to render this fucking thing only when it's minimized? Clearly bug. So I thought, I'm gonna look into the updates for the shite. There must be an update that solves this, and there was. And this next one, no problem. Everything minimized, no issue. All fine. So it was like every single time I was streaming, I was losing 20% of the GPU for fuck all. Fuck all was being done, and the GPU was used. Oh, come on, stop fucking. Ugh, I really need to buy a fucking mouse, man. Oh, my fucking god. I just want to fucking increase the size of the window. Click. God damn it. I clicked on the big background. Click. There it goes. GPU. It's using right now. Fuck. 52%, even though that's not 100% real, as far as I know, right? Yeah, it's mostly 53% on the encoder and 28% on the 3D for who knows why. Weird name. And then I'm quite sure that before it was using like something like 50% on the GPU regularly for no actual fucking reason. Regardless, I did some organizing, just placed things in their own folders, enabled the nullable supports, which is you need to do this adds to a csc.rsp. If I recall correctly, it's C# compiler dot fuck csc.rsp. Let's place a J in front so that it doesn't go to the website. It's a custom scripting symbol. But why the fuck? It is called RSP. Ah, well, rock, paper, scissors. That's why. It's not RPS, it's RSP. Did I read? Alright, RPS. Oh yeah, I forgot to open the my other project. No, I didn't. It's open. I just dumped. RSP, not RPS. It would be funny if it was rock, paper, scissors, but it still works. It would be just rock, scissors, paper. MS build response file. So is RSP short for response? Response file. Compiler options, but why the CSC? I still think that it's C# compiler. But yeah, it basically tells the compiler how to behave, and it just enables nullables on your projects in a manner that works, because you could also do something with changing the project's file. But the problem is that Unity, if I recall correctly, keeps recreating the project file over and over again, nonsensically. So anything that you add to the project file just fails. Just gets deleted every time. Oh man, noise. I just wish I could just do shit without having to worry. Okay, let's go. It was yesterday. We were busy doing this shy here. I don't know if this should be the location for it. I think we should separate things. I mean, it is not wrong. It is correct. This kind of is the location to do it now, because this one handles the ID. We need something that handles the components. I was thinking, since yesterday I was looking at the other, free flow or something like that, and on that other MARP one, the ECS libraries, I was thinking that maybe it would be interesting to have a class called component store. And so we would separate the archetype from the component storage per se, not really as a separation, but more, I would say more separation of concern than anything else. It basically would be in place of the component storage. Instead of having a dictionary, we would have just a single object called component store. And we would defer the components things towards it. Although this contains components is specific to the, now that I think about it, it's specific to the archetype. It's not specific to the component store. The component store is basically just, hey, put the component inside of it. It's more so that in case we need to add more and more fields and more things to handle the information regarding the components, for example, the component IDs would be inside of the component store, but then we use the read-only span to do the component IDs redirection and shit. For example, a hash code is in there. We could, for example, have an entity store as well to store the entities inside of the components. It's more so that whenever we see an issue, we know, like, for example, entities are not being returned properly. They're returning like wrong values when we access the archetype. That is the responsibility of the entity store. The entity store is fucking up, not the archetype itself. So we don't need to just dig into the archetype and see what exactly is the issue. We look into the entity store. And like that goes better with the whole thing of composition and shit. Especially because I absolutely hate OOP. I like to use it as little as possible. And the moments in which I want to use it is basically just to abuse the system in some way, in a manner that I can't do it if I used it regularly. You know what would be funny and interesting? Having the archetypes stored inside of the... Having the archetypes stored inside of the... fuck. Inside of the... shit. The archetypes stored as entities as well. It would be absolutely funny. Chaos, but funny. One thing I was thinking about as well is about the whole thing with... which is sometimes called an archetype... I forgot the name. It's something involving archetype as well. But it's the basic idea of having a single entity that describes an archetype. So, for example, it would be something like... it would be something like... descriptions for items, for example. So we have a bunch of, like a description of an item. And it has like the entity that represents an item. And on that entity, we have like the name of the item, the description of the item, the stats of the item, and shit like that. Of course, we don't use that entity itself to place that into the world or whatever the fuck. That entity exists exclusively to store the information of how that item, the item behaves. And it's basically an archetype of the item, and not an archetype of the entity. That's why it's confusing sometimes. So when we create an instance of that item archetype, we create a new entity, grab a reference to the item in the item archetype, and then automatically that entity behaves as if it had all those components, even though it doesn't. It behaves as if it has. So if you query for it, it would be basically, hey, this, if you query for a position on that entity would reference itself first, and then it references the archetype later. So if you don't have, for example, the description, the stats, for example, if you don't have the stat component on that entity, it would just go to the original entity of that original archetype of that item and would grab the stats from that one. So it's basically a way for you to start defaults of the items. It's one of the reasons why I started doing the whole ECS framework. It's because I wanted to... This is one of the best ways to do that. So you have just an entity that behaves as if it is some other entity, even though it isn't. And whenever you add a component that is similar to that other entity, you override its behavior. You override the previous components. It's complex, and it doesn't work by default. You need to... I think the way to do would be with relationships. It would basically do something akin to archetype of entity, and then you pass the entity of that has the original data, and it just references that through the inside of it. Although no, I know how... yes, I know how to do this. We do it using ECSX ID. Fuck you. We do it using ECSX ID. We have a flag that marks the... We have a flag that marks the ID as an instance instead of an entity itself. So whenever we, and I mean, the thing is that we would need a way to mark the tongue as well, because it needs to be in framework. It can't be, it's considerably hard to implement it outside of the framework using a system or something like that. It could be done. Yeah, it could be done through a system, but I'd rather do it through the framework itself. But it would be complex, and it's not for now. It's a behavior that needs to appear in the future. Okay, the thing that we need to do right the fuck now is fix this create entity so that it properly assigns the components to it. And the way we're going to do this is... Oh man, there's so much noise. Fuck me. Okay, I remember seeing yesterday that there are two situations. A situation into which God, let me just adjust my mic here. I think it was too much close to me. I don't know. So I have two situations. One in which the entity already has the archetype of that entity has the components to which it's trying to store it. So we don't need to do anything. We just update the component. And one into which the archetype doesn't have that component, and so it needs to be moved out of the archetype. And the only way for us to check that is through we need to pass through the archetype manager. There is no way to do that without this. I was thinking about having component infos yesterday, and it is definitely a good idea. The problem is that it's not going to change much over here. It's basically going to still be a dictionary hash. Instead of component ECSX ID, it will be just the component. Like the component info. Because, I don't know, man, I was quite sure the hash sets allowed us to query things. It was basically a self... Is it maybe like that in newer versions of .NET and not on the Fuck me, I always forget. Go for the English one. It represents a set of values. And the whole deal, if I recall correctly, is that it's basically a dictionary with a single item instead of a key and a value. The value is the key itself, because it hashes the value itself, and then you can access through it. That was my understanding of how it is. But I don't know what I did wrong somewhere and didn't work. Yeah, let's go with the component info approach. Now, should it be... Logic dictates that it should be a class. But it should be a record. But logic dictates it should be a class, because I'm gonna have a... I'm gonna have a type inside, and types are objects and not structs. Let's have it as struct for now. Yeah, it's gonna have the ID, it's gonna have the type. And sheesh, that is. Why is it showing the other screen? What the fuck? It's showing the other monitor. All right, so hash. Although if I recall correctly, when you do type.catch hash code, it gets a fixed value. It doesn't calculate anything. All the types have predefined hash codes as the program is opened. It assigns hash codes to all the types. So it's always just a one operation. It's just a call and just gets the thing. It doesn't do anything else. So we could just have the get hash code, but the problem is that we won't have the ability to use the hash song. And it should definitely be read-only. Because there's no reason for it to not be, because this is not going to change. Wait a second, do I have... No. Fuck me, what is that? Oh, it's the thing for the... it's the thing for the URL for the Viado tube thingy. It's this that I want to do. There it goes. Can I have... If I recall correctly, I can do this, right? Yeah, so it's immutable or something? Oh, God damn it, I think one of my packages arrived. Just a second. There we go, fucking charger. Phone charger. What is the difference between setting this as read-only? I think I understand that it just means that I can't change the value. But I don't get it. Let me see. I don't recall ever using it as well. That is one of the problems sometimes. Oh man, just fucking don't give me Portuguese piece of shit. I really need to check how to change the info that the browser passes through to websites so that they believe I'm from a place or another. Although I'm quite sure that that can't be done though. Otherwise, Netflix and other shit would change. No, but that is just language. It's not. It's language information and not location. Veritable encapsulate. Yeah. Read-only structs. Use the read-only modifier to declare the structure type is immutable. Aren't they all by definition? All data members of read-only struct must be read-only as follows. Any field declaration must have the read-only modifier. Any property, including automatically implemented ones, must be read-only or init-only. Init-only setters are only available from C# version 9 and well, no more. The init-only is a very nice modifier. The guarantees no, the setter, whatever the fuck. Guarantees that no member of a read-only struct modifies the state of the struct. That means that other instance members except constructors, god damn it, constructors, fuck, are implicitly read-only. A read-only struct, a data member from mutable reference type still can mutate its own state, as it should. For example, you can't replace a list T instance, but you can add new elements to it, as it should. The following code defines a read-only struct with init-only property setters. I don't know, somehow, from my understanding of how a struct works, I was quite sure that they are immutable by nature, and whenever you change a struct, you don't change the struct itself, you just create a copy that has those new values. As far as I recall. I mean, that's like, no, there must be a reason, otherwise that it wouldn't be like that. I don't know. And also the ECSX ID needs to be redone too. So there's no fucking reason for it to not be. Now you're gonna complain, eh? You shy. Yeah, sure, but I can't use init only here. Bitch. Should I use an internal constructor that sets the value? I think that's the only way in it. Bollocks. Because it's basically private setting. It doesn't work because it doesn't exist. Yeah, it doesn't exist in this version of the tongue. Could fix it. Alright, this should not be public. This is internal only. We shouldn't be able to private my ass. Gonna complain in other places. Shut the fuck up. I wish there was just a simple conversion that just goes, hey, I recognize that this is this, so this should be this. And then it just is. Sure. Fixed. By the way, where is then tongues? I need to change to select this one. I wonder if it's changing the things in real time over there. I think it does, innit? The ECSX ID had to change. Yeah, it seems like it does. Component ECSX ID 2. Feature, no, refactor. Refactor? No, it's feature. It changes the way it behaves. ID objects are reads only now. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't. It was blue all the time. I don't know when we come here. Right. So now we have the component info, which stores the component ECSX ID, type, and the hash. That's just places read only too. Why not? And then we basically do that minus hash. Because hash is var hash equals nope type dot hash codes and then hash new hash. There it is. So that we don't need to pass a bunch of fucking information whenever we create the fucking thing. Okay, so this is a component info. Now that we have the component info objects, we can relate an ID to a type, a hash to an ID, and so on and so forth. Yada yada. Now instead of having this, we set it as component info. I'm quite sure that I should be able to use this as a hash set. I'm quite sure about this. Like, I'm quite sure that I can do just this. And it should just work by default. Oh, I remember what the problem is. Yeah, I remember what the problem is. The problem is that if I do that, I need to pass a component info in order to get the value. Like, I need to create the component info, pass the value, which is not that hard because the important part would be the hash codes. Like, for example, generate. What is the equality members, huh? Let me use the hash. But then we use hash codes. We could, but there's no reason to. Equality operators implementing immutable. And then that one is correct, but this one we just return that value. So if we start a component ECSX ID with whatever a component info with whatever ID, but the type is there. You know what? I don't think it matters on the inside. You know why? Because on the inside, I'm quite sure that the hash set and dictionary both store two things, one for the item itself and another for buckets of hashes. So I don't think it changes. Let me see. Sure, I could search for. I need an email, god damn it. Yeah, yada. 4 days ago. What did I do there 4 days ago? R hash sets. No. Similar internally. Sure, the implementation internally is the same. I mean, the fields, the space used, hashing, both use hash tables internally for fast lookups, like I said. Average row 1 complexity for basic operations, add remove. Yep, that is the same thing. Not thread safe by default. For thread safe to use a concurrent dictionary, concurrent hash set. That is something I need to remember and eventually maybe change it. Key differences, purpose. Hash set stores unique elements only, and dictionaries store key value pairs. This is a hash table to store just values. This is a hash table to map keys to values. So does the hash set really just uses a hash tab to store just the values? More memory efficient for storing just values. I don't know, man. I mean, it feels like it would be like that, but at the same time, it feels like you wouldn't. Because I'm quite sure that you can't store a hash and a value all together on the same thing without just creating a structure that stores both. Right? Oh man, sometimes I get so much stuck on the implementation side of things. Right. Capacity, elements name, compare name, version name. Stack elect thresholds, string thresholds, start free lists, buckets, and entries. Like I said, what it defines as an entry. It's possibly a thing that stores a value inside. Right. Private struct entry. It's in the hash set itself. And I'm quite sure that the difference on the dictionary is that this one is value. And maybe the other one is just, instead of having this is long. That's what she said. Instead of having an end here of buckets. No, I'm quite sure it's gonna be the same fucking thing. Box, there's an dictionary here. No, dictionary entry. More dictionary shites. I'm quite sure that it should be there. Where is dictionary? There. Fuck me, no, wrong button. I was looking, hash comes after dictionary, dumbass. Buckets entries. Sure, there's a key collection here and a value collection. Maybe that's the difference. No, it's not a quality compare, you dumbass. Fuck you, just reload. There it goes. Go high up again. Yeah, there is clearly less things in here. There's no collection for the tongue, so it is more memory. Less memory bullshit, but is it better to just remove the feasibility? Let's keep it like this for now. We're just gonna keep the dictionary, and later, because it's way easier to access things, way easier there's no bothering, and we can focus more on the behavior instead of the implementation. We'll just change this to component info instead. Get the component ID. Where is this called anyway? The query builder. We don't need anything else besides the ID here. But you could, of course, have, instead of get component ID, get component info. right? Yeah, I think so. It feels like it would be a better idea. Although, why would anything outside of archetype manager care about the hash? And if we're trying to get the company into ID, we already have the type, so yeah, the company ID is correct. It's not wrong. So try to get the value, and if it does, we return components. We rename this to component info dot ID. And then here we just do the thing for me, man. Do the thing. Damn it. Info. Do the thing. Fuck. Oh, damn it. It's literally going to. Info. There it goes. It's just fixed. Simple change. But now whenever we need to care about this, we can have the information of the type as well as the ID and the hash, which is not that important, the hash, but I don't know. Maybe it will be. Okay, so the changes I make was just adding the component info, right? Yeah. But then for what? Why we did that change? It was because of this, right? Okay, now me thinks. Does that count as a refactor, or does that count as a feature on the commits? Because it looks like refactor. Refactor is for structural improvements to the code without changing its behavior. Unlike style, refactor focuses on enhancing the internal structure, logic, or organization of the code without altering its external behavior. Structuring and reorganize the code for clarity, maintainability, so it's kind of, yeah, this is refactor. Extracting common logic. It still does the same thing now, it just returns a different variable. Like splitting large modules into smaller, more focused ones. So yeah, this indeed is refactor. Let me just. It's mostly so that I get used to doing smaller commits. Introduces component infos. Objects. Sure, it's a struct, but struct is an object as well, even though it isn't, even though it is. It's a value object. That's the thing. And there it is. So now we don't need to worry about the tongues. All right, now, as for now, we need to do the add component, even though it's not add component. It should be, where do we call this? Context. Over here, this is problematic. Over here is problematic because over here it could be add component. It's not wrong. And we could have the thing of return a true, like instead of returning void, we return a bool, and return true if it is what's her name? True if it added a component, false if it updated the components. I hate that. I understand why it makes sense to use it, but at the same time, I fucking hate it. Because of a single reason. Let's say they do add components, and then you check if add components, and then it goes true, which means that it added a component. What if the if add component is false? if you are aware that if you know that what add component does is if it returns a false, it still adds, it still changed the component, but it just it didn't add it as new, it updated it. What it does is that at a glance, it seems like you're doing if statements in case it doesn't add, in case it fails to add the component. And that's one of the reasons why I don't like that. It could be done, but you could use something like add or update, and then the bool is more descriptive. But I don't like to have add or updates on the thing. It's better to return an innan, for example, that is more descriptive. Sure, it sends a little bit more of data than most of the time it's not going to be cared for, but at least if you need a description, at least if you need it to be descriptive, it is, instead of not being so. What the fuck is my chair? So out towards the back. So add component is we're gonna have both an add component and an update component. The thing is, the add component will not check if the component exists or not. It will basically do the routine that switches the archetype. Because they're adding a component. And in doing so, it would be faster than having to wait for the update component method to check if the thing is there or not. It is useful when you know for a fact that that component does not exist on the entity. And the update one is, we can do it in both terms. We do the update and then we call the add component afterwards if it fails. Because otherwise, it works regardless. And then we could just place a documentation on the add component saying it changes the archetype regardless. It doesn't check first if the component exists or not, and it should be used only when you are sure. It's useful, for example, in situations where you're passing a component around. When you're like passing an entity around in a system that you know that at that point in time, the entity should not have that value. Are there situations in which this, you need to think about it like this. Are there situations in which this is better used than the other one? Ha 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 ha. I think on it is useful on entities that you know have their components removed and added all the time. Because in one pass you add the component, in another pass you remove the component. Why the fuck would your implementation do that instead of doing it in a better way? I don't know. Or should we just do the update components by default because it's what most of the time will be? Think. Let me see. Yes, it's in the proper location. Don't even need to move the tongue now. There was, if I recall, a remove add. Yeah, they only have add and remove. And the add does the whole thing regardless. Add a given parameter to the entity if the entity contains a component at the same time it is updated. Yeah, it has only a single method. Fuck you, this is not open anywhere. Where the fuck are you opening it? It only has a single add method. It's true if the component is newly added and false if the component was updated. Which, like I said, this should be 3 values. It should be true if it's added, false if it's updated. No, it should have an added return if it was added, updated if it's updated, and a failed state. Or maybe even a bool, nullable bool. And if it's null, it failed. But then at that point, why not use an E? No, it's more descriptive. Like, for example, here, throw the entity no exception. It could be just return failed in here. Like in other places. The problem with it being return failed is that it doesn't explain why it fails. It just says, well, it fails. Why? I don't know. And that's one of the reasons why throwing an exception is better sometimes. Yeah, I don't have a need for that too long. It's just a check and just... Okay. So over there, it only has add and remove. I don't think it's a good idea. On my other framework, I use it appends. Right? If I recall correctly. Let me see if I find it. Has components, get component, get, or add a component, which is interesting. Try to get the components and append component. I never used an add. Remove the components, trigger the component replaced for very specific cases. Mostly because of the reactive systems. Sometimes you just update the value and just send the trigger. Like if your component is an object, you grab the object, update the value inside of it. But since you're not reassigning the value, the problem with that is that the event system doesn't know that the component was updated. Oh, I know how to do things now. Because I was thinking a reactive system would be null. But you could have reactive systems that use kind of a query to run internally, but the query does not grab all the... It does not grab all the entities from an archetype. It just connects to the archetype event and just goes, "Hey, warn me when some of those components change." The problem with this is that it reduces the amount of calls that we're going to do, sure, but it doesn't iterate as fast. No, I can. I am quite sure that I can do it in a way that it iterates fast. Quite sure about that. I have some sort of it's not a query, it would be an event listener or something like that. And the event listener has an internal array in which it assigns the components and the entities. And it assigns, it stores them in there temporarily. And as it increases or decreases, it just like moves makes the array bigger or whatever the fuck. but it could be useful to reduce a bunch of calls. I'm quite sure about that. For example, let's say in a game in which let's say something like Project Zomboid, and then you have like a bunch of zombies around in shit, and then some of the zombies are standing still, but some of the zombies start moving. So you just use a reactive system that looks at all those zombies, only the zombies that are moving, and you ignore all of the zombies. So you don't have to look through all of the zombies, all of the zombie entities in the whole archetype. You just look at that partial amount. That could increase like performance severely if done properly. Yeah, eventually we'll do. But for now, I need to decide this. It should be add component or update. Let's think. Update would be update component is free of doubt because it is going to put the component regardless. Unless it throws an exception, in case there is an exception. And the add component is just direct, but prone to errors, more prone to errors. But it would be faster. Let's change it. Update, fucking. Update components, remove components. Although update implies that the component was already there, that's the problem. Let's use append. What are the implications of using append instead of add? Presumptions would be the better word. That's one of the reasons where AI is nice. It just serves as a kind of a co-worker shit, like I said yesterday. Oh no, there's a problem. Append implies order. And add is just inserting. Damn it. Oh. There must be a single word that implies that. Hmm. Jesus, apparently there's a word called upsert, which means update and insert. And it's mostly used in databases. That's weird. Set component, weird. Implies the component becomes the unassociated but whatever keys lot object. If it exists, replace update. If it doesn't, recreate add. In a way, kind of set component. Yay! Set component is interesting. Put components, map dictionary style cements, add if missing, overwrite if present. So put a component into an entity. If it's there, it's to me, in my eyes, it's almost the same as add. Ensure components implies the component will exist afterward, kind of create or update it. I don't know, it just feels weird. Apply. Apply is a good one. Assigns. Assign is good. Reads similarly to setting or overwriting a value. I mean, sure, add or update is very descriptive, but yeah, no, that is long, but let's go for description. Sure. Then later we can use this to have just an update component and just an add component, and it's just like absolutely extremely descriptive. If you use the wrong one, you dump. We could right now separate them into update or add things and just isolate them inside. Most of the time they're not going to be used, but if we need them, they will be there, but that is the problem with premature optimization. Although this is prematurity. Prematurity. Yep. Query. So how will we check for the tongue? Suggestions? Entity to archetype hash, that's correct, makes sense. And then we get the archetype from the entity's archetype hash. Right. So far, so good. And then we get the component ID. We need to have one in the future that has a params I components, and it has like we pass like a bunch of components to, and we do it all at once. Right? And we just have add or update components instead of add or update component. And we only care about a single method. I don't know, we'll think about it later. So this one gets the component ID. Why does this not work? Because it's generic. I need an overload. It's not that complicated. It's actually, matter of fact, very simple. It's basically most of the code that is already on the here. It's basically just this, and afterwards we just pass all of this towards there. We change the things to from get type to type. And then over here we just no. Component ID, and then we return. There we go. So now it just works. It just works. Although the thing is on top of the tongue and I don't like it. But sure. Not that complex. It just offers more another overload in this case. We could, of course, have a generic version of this. Although I don't see the reason why, at least not. Oh, I see now. We don't need this, for example, here. I really need this get component ID in here. We would need it on the context, because only the context has access to generics. Everything else on the inside just uses values by default. For example, the add or update component generic one would um, would be on the context as well, because there's no need. I think. I don't know. Although it would be double caused, which I do not like. For now. Okay, so we get the component ID. What else? The archetype contains the component. It adds the component else. It does something stupid. I mean, it's not fully correct, but it's not fully wrong either. There's no need for query builders, infos, IDs. There is. So the archetype does not have an add component. So over here, it can't be add the component. It can't be. Let me see. Ooh. That's why we'll have to need a component store. Otherwise, we're gonna pollute the fuck out of this. Because we need indexes for each. We need an index store for each of the components. We could either use it as a component ID or we could use it as a hash. I believe the component ID is better because if we use it as a component ID, we can support relationships later. Oh, this song is nice. I need to find better songs. I mean, not better, but more. More. We'll need a component store. There's no way. There is no way. There's actually no way to do this without a component store. I mean, there is. But it makes the archetype. It makes the archetype a pain in the arse. Sure, it increases the values and shit, but it's just not that bad. Is this inside the components? It should be a class because there's no reason why it shouldn't. Let's store. Let me just move it to file. Shut up, component info. You weren't even touched. Yes, private read only, but what? I see. It is exactly what I want now. It's not that. Oh, I see. How should we do it? Should we do a component store for each and every ID, for each and every entity? Or should we have a component store overall that inside handles the entities? Ha ha ha. Okay, let's see the description of the thing. Component store implies that it's a location where you store components. It does not imply anything, at least with the name, uh, that it is going to have entities as well. It does not imply the relationship entity to components. That's the thing. And we aren't going to do checks inside of it. The checks are going to be from the archetype. The component store just adds things if they can be added or not. It's not going to check for shit. The archetype is responsible for checking if it should store or not. The component store just stores. Okay, me thinks that the component store should be a single one. And then inside here we'll have a component ECSX ID to index dictionary. Fucking motorcycles. A component ECSX ID to index that is going to be the thing that indexes from the components. Wait a second, did I do something wrong? No, the initial capacity is correct. For a second, I thought it wouldn't make sense. But it does, right? Yeah, because the initial capacity is not related to the phone. Okay, so it should have a dictionary, but it should be component ECSX ID to an int. Component index map. No, we shouldn't pass it as new. And then this is what defines where in the index we'll store things. And then I believe that yeah, we should have an ECSX ID inside of here. There's no way. It's gonna be similar to the one outside. Dictionary, ECSX ID, the component storage, yeah. I can't see a way out of this. I mean, I can, but if I do it through the outside, I would need to have a bunch of dictionary index maps. And the index maps is unique for each archetype, so there is no need to have like a bunch of. Yeah, it's gonna be this. I could make it clearer calling it entity component store. Yeah, let's. Fuck it. If there's one thing, is the fact that sometimes the names on. Not really. Public. No, internal. Entity component store and initial. No. It's an in and component naming. Naming is a problem. Indexes? No, it's wrong. This one is wrong. Initial and initial capacity. And this one has initial capacity. This one uses component indexes because there's no need to have more than it. We don't need a dictionary here, not that I think about it. An array is just enough. Yeah, array is just enough. An array is just enough because it's fixed. And so we assign the fuck me. We are gonna pass component ECSX ID like that. Component IDs. So we just directly assign to, and when we're going to use, we just do a index of and this tongue, and then we pass it through here. And then we use that, for example, index of ECSX ID on this tongue. And then it just uses that index to assign to the component tongue in here. But the thing is, oh, I know. It's not that complex, is it? Think. Doesn't need a dictionary, I'm quite sure it does. The initial capacity is related to the amount of entities that might be there at the start. And sure. No, I think this is enough. Yep, it's this one. This is correct. We add the entity. Although when we add an entity to an entity component store, it's guarantees that the goddamn noises. When we add an entity to a component store, it's guaranteed that it will have all the components, right? Why would it not have all the components? It would have already the components in there. We'll just pass it as thing components, because as soon as we remove one of the components, it should not belong in this archetype. So we always have all the components in there. So we get the component storage. We no. This is, although no, I don't. Like I said before, I don't like that call. This is fine, but I rather have this as forgot we need to pass the entity ID there. I don't like that call because that one reminds me too much of reading the value instead of adding the value. And this is descriptive that it adds the value, and I'm quite sure that inside the compiler just inlines the thing. Or we could force it to inline it or whatever. Okay, now we need to do a for each. Wait, we can't do a for, yeah, we can do a for each on arrays. Not even like this? Because I'm quite sure we can't just do a for each on this, right? No, we can. Then why did it want a 4? Why did it recommend a 4? Okay, let me think now. No, this is not complex at all. For each should work. You know why? Because we're gonna do it like this. Although that is wrong. Oh. Oh boy. Since we're passing the component, we're not passing the ID as well. So we will have to calculate the ID of it and get the hash from the outside. Unless we create an object that stores the components and the ECSX ID along with it. Yeah. It's just a temporary object that we just like assign it to. Now I wonder if it should be a structure, because we could just keep it inside. Like for example, on the archetype, we could just add it here, and it's just like the thing that we use to just transition the objects, and just like kept a single one, and we just assign the values and change the values and just pass inside. Or we could do it as a struct, but as far as I recall, if we use a struct, it's going to copy the value every single time instead of passing it by reference. What is this object that I think of? It is fuck. This here should be indeed the component ECSX ID. That is not wrong. But we need, the difference is that we need the info together. We need the components info. Look, we need the component value and the ID of the component as well. Otherwise, it's impossible to do it in here. All right, public class component wrapper. Yep. Why not? It's a component wrapper now. So we have the public, first the component ID, and the components. Yep, that's it. Should be enough. Internal sets, so that we can change it easily. I saw an interesting toric that by default you should be seeing classes most of the time. What are you complaining? This one. It's just so that it shuts the fuck up. Alright, now there's the component wrapper. There's no need to mess with this anymore. Now over here, should be storing component wrappers? No, that's a bad idea, right? Because it doesn't matter when it's already inside. We already have the CSX ID of the thing. Yep. Component wrapper. And for each of our components in component wrapper, we get the... Come on, man. Index. Gonna do it. Index of components, index map, components.id. True, okay. And then... No, that is not going to happen. There's no need to check this because we are never going to assign something wrong in here because the check is going to be made outside of the archetype. Outside in the archetype. But let's just go with it. let's see what it recommends to do it. Because if I just remove, yeah, it's gonna be still dumb regardless. But it's not gonna do it. But yeah, this one is the adds the entities difference. Sure. We are going to use a different one. No, not this. It's should this be public? No, it should be internal, right? Because it's not gonna. I think even the store itself, there's no need for it not to be internal and sealed. That fucking noise outside, man. People screaming like no reason. And dump, that's wrong. It's the ECSX ID. I'm quite sure that's correct. So over here, just call the updates components without the values. And by passing properly the wrapper, the entity ID. So when we need to update the components, we just pass the ID and the. So this is when we move the components, like when we add a new entity from outside, which is gonna have like the wrappers and shit. And then later we just get the update component and just like, hey, add this ID. Why are you just gonna pop? Because it should be lowercase when it's a parameter. Well, this makes, to me at least, absolute sense. But we need another one. That is for when we remove the entity. But that is wrong. We should internal, and then we have component wrapper. No, dumbass, it's remove entity. I'm quite sure that that won't work. Yep. We get a component array, but we need to do it for each. For each, dumbass. Nope. That's absolutely not what we do. We need yeah, that's it. And we iterate on the array, and now we just do var wrapper equals. What are you doing, mate? I see, it needs to be a for. It can't be done with a for each. At least not how I think. Let's get out of this so that it doesn't pollute the generation. Like that one. Yep, it's literally that, but it just needs to be done properly. Wait, it has no parameters? Shit. Well, sure. Now you're complaining. Look who's complaining. So when we are updating things from the outside, I guess, multiple components being passed, we use a single component wrapper over there, and then we create one and it just keeps changing. ID component, ID component, ID component. And then we don't need to create a bunch of them. But when we are passing, there's no option. We need a component wrapper component that we will get and pass directly to another archetype with the entity ID and the wrap. We could, of course, bundle both of these in a single object. And it would make things a little bit clearer because it's just less information to be passed. It's just let's call it I don't know. When I think about a name for that, I'll change it so that it is like right there. Okay, now I think this is enough because it gets the component array and gets the component storage from the component array. Ooh. Could this be a problem? Now we have a thingy with the entity IDs from the outside. But then this shouldn't be this. It should be. This should be referencing the values in here. What is the. Okay, structure types. No. Is it going to go to the tongue? God, let me just go there. Fuck me. Key value pair collections. There we go. Dictionary. Could have just searched for here, but then it could have shown the dumbass thing. Implements like collection key value pair. Dictionary. Let me see. Properties, keys. The keys property is a key collection. And a key collection implements what? I collection key, I enumerable, I read only collection, and I collection. So we're gonna get the I read only collection. And we're gonna now, from the outside, we remove the component storage, we change it to entity component store. It keeps the component storage name. But now we don't need to initialize it like this. We initialize in a different manner. Like that. Where it passes the component IDs to the internal thing. And the internal thing uses the component IDs to set the map. And the map is literally this is gonna be redirected to there as well. There is no need to store the same fucking thing twice. Yep, it's fine then. For each hash, new hash codes. For each var component ID and component IDs. It doesn't need to do that anymore because it's done inside of the entity component store. Right? Does it? Oh, we need to do this to get the hash. I gotcha. So it doesn't need to do this part. It needs to do this one to get the hash. But the other one, there's no need. Because it's changed like that whenever we add an entity to it, and it uses the initial capacity to set the initial value or shit. Right. So that part is correct. This one in turn becomes a property links to the component storage. Fuck me, those ones are private in it. Shit. We could change to internal gets. And that way you just redirect. In case that it doesn't auto-complete for me. There we go. So I think I should put the reason for read only. I would presume that since I'm placing a get in here and not a set, that the compiler is smart enough to set the field behind this as read only. Quite sure about that. So now what we do over here is just redirect to there. components. Jesus. That is a weird naming. Keys. But then it's not an ECSX ID anymore. It's I read only collection of ECSX IDs. There we go. This one we're gonna change to component store. Let's just change the store. Should be fine. It's gonna complain because it's not really not gonna autocomplete for me. Fuck you. Oh, it's because of this. Ah, we're not using this for now. And we don't even know if we'll use it. Right, so this one can do this. And then this one is gonna redirect to the internal one as well. No need for read-onlys again. Okay. Change the name. It's gonna complain some places because it was trying to change values in those places. Right, this is not needed. Forgot about that. It does not need to be set because it's set in there using the initial capacity. Fine. This one can be. It's gone. There's no need to exist. It's feeling weird in there. No, it's fine. Yep, it's fine. I miss the thingy that just creates a line in here. Where is that? Like, there's the line thingy here. There's none for the other ones. I think that was a plugin that I forgot to install. Shit. Gotta take a look later. Okay. Oh, good song. This one can be removed because it's not needed anymore. I remember struggling a lot to get a proper reference to keys. Does the has it contains? Yes, but using link. If it has an enumerator, I'm quite sure that I can do for each on it. Yes. No problems there. Okay, now about this. I don't think this needs to be done anymore. Because if the thing doesn't exist here, it doesn't exist. Simple as that. Do we still keep the free index slots outside of the store? Oh, this could be an issue because we use the array outside to store the IDs, and now we use a dictionary. We could, instead of using a dictionary, use two arrays. It would be a regular array of ECSX IDs and a double. What is the word? A double. A double array. Like this. I forgot the name. Double dimension or something like that. And then the first one we use DCO, but then it would require no, it wouldn't require an index map because the array in itself would be an index map. Let's presume that that is a performance issue and forget about it. Which would mean that we don't need to care anymore for index slots, right? As far as I think, there's no need to. Because the free index slots one things serves only to inform when we need to increase or decrease the array of like entities, but since we are using a dictionary in there, it shouldn't be a problem for now. Later we'll have to implement it maybe, but then it's a thing of checking if the performance changes enough, and if it doesn't change, there's no reason. God damn it. Ah, way too much noise. I only wanted silence, that's it. Okay, the component wrapper, we don't need to bother with it anymore. I don't think there's a need for any different things in here for now, because we either add an entity with all the components on it, or we update a component that already exists, or we just remove the empty entity and then just grab everything out of it. Although now that I think about it, I'm not removing the thing. There is, I need to remove the entity when I remove an entity. Dumbass. What are these though? I don't think there's any needs to change anything anywhere in here. Nope. It's gonna be used eventually outside. Okay, with that, we isolate the functionality of storage and the functionality of handling which things should be stored or not. Yep. So now we're gonna call things from the archetype manager here, add or update. Yeah, now we need the archetype tongue in there. But first, I don't think anything anywhere else has changed, right? No, this one is for the archetype manager. None of this changes because of the archetype store, because it's very well contained. The only changes for the archetype store is to the archetype. And that's how you write contains things. Let me see now, let's just do a commit for this. Okay, we created the entity component store, that's new. Fine, store the meta as well. The components wrapper, which is needed in order to have the information transfer, and the archetype. Yep, then we do a feature. I'm quite sure this is all contained. Introduction. Of a component store to the archetypes. So archetypes. Should be enough. Now the only thing left, go away. The only thing left we have is the archetype manager. Now we don't need to worry with the things that we did before. But now when we add or update a component, we need to do basically this, but then we need the archetype in there first. And we'll need the... Yeah, I get it, gotcha. Let's get the contains first, and then we have a public identity, yep. But then it's not gonna have component wrappers because the component wrapper is an information that only the archetype gets. So now we have a var component. No, it can't be like this. It needs to be component. Like this, wrapper. If I recall correctly, that should work. And we do... Ugh, not like that. Oh, I know. No. I did the component wrapper wrong. Oh man, what a nice sneeze. It's not wrong, but we just need an option. Forgot this should be internal as well. Because there's no need for anyone outside of the... This one is empty. You're gonna keep complaining, aren't you? Yeah. I wish you could just do something like this. But no, you can't. It needs to be something in there. Although when we clean up, if I recall correctly, am I gonna have to execute the thing twice in order for it to run? No. Yeah, it changes slightly to do that. Although I hate the fact they moved now. But sure. Why is it public though? It doesn't matter. Right? Let's keep consistent. It feels weird to have public. What? Why? Wrong then. It should be public. For some reason. Sure. Oh, I know. It's because if I set this as internal, I removed it. I just removed the internal from there because the set by default is internal. Since no one's going to mess with this from the outside, only the archetypes, then there's no need to worry with it. Okay, now we can do equals new component wrapper, and then now we change this to var. No. This is absolutely wrong. Because it should have a component ID in here already. But how do we get it? Yep, get the component ID. But why don't we have this method? Oh, it's because it's in the... Fuck me, man. Should we get the component wrapper from outside then? Yeah, because in here it only stores the component ECSX ID. The only thing that has the info of components is the outside. So it really does get the component wrapper from there. But this one is just exclusively... Why are you complaining? Oh, I see. Are we going to... Because at the moment, I think that we are not going to access archetypes directly, but I'm not 100% sure yet. It could be that there is a need for us to do that, but for the time being, I'm not sure, so let's keep it public. And then later, as we improve the rest of the parts, we change it. But the component wrappers need to come from the outside. Which makes this method just a color. Oh my goddamn keyboard, sometimes it just holds the button. The keyboard is failing, the mouse is failing, the headset is failing, everything fails. Yep, it's just a call. That's why it makes me think that there is no reason to make this public to the outside, because we can't pass component wrappers from the outside. There's no way to. Alright. What was the other update components? Which needs to be, this is add entity. We need now an update entity one. It's basically the same things as the store. Sure, we could pass it like this in a batch, but it's not update entities, update components. Sometimes just direct calls just feels weird, but what can I do? I could just change it to have the entity component store internal, and then have the archetype manager call it directly through it, instead of having to pass through. Right? Because it's implementation, there's no need to. But like I said, I still don't know if we're going to mess with archetypes directly. Pending to no. But there's also the fact that we might maybe need some of these methods in order to do calls to UI. Why complain? Because it's not the method. Okay, add or update a component. We need to first archetype hash, entity to archetype hash, and then we get the archetype, and then we get the ID of the components. Now we need to check if the we need to check if the archetype contains the component or not, because if it doesn't, no. Fuck me. Aye, away. Contains components. Rather do it from the outside. The archetype contains the component. If it contains, it just does a single call that updates components, although that's not how you do it. It requires the component wrapper that we don't have yet. And we're gonna get the component wrapper from the outside. You're gonna do it for me? No, asshole. Component ID. Components. If this one works. Else, we need to find the other archetype. But for that, it's not how it works. Okay, we get the archetype hash, the archetype, the component ID, and if it contains the components. That is, this is something that I hate because look at the amount of calls just to get a tongue. I just changed the components, and all of the things that I need to do is just all of that. And that's why it's having batches of changes would be way better. Because we could, for example, just get all these variables on a single call and then just iterate through the entity. Iterate through the thing, just pass it as a batch to the thing as well. Okay. If it doesn't contain the component, it means it needs to be in another archetype. But now, oh, I know what to do. Components. Nope. It's archetype dot remove. Wait, I don't have a remove? I didn't implement a remove line? Yeah, please do add any updates. Go to remove. It's not a void. Fuck you. Dumbass thing. See why you can't trust the shite? Add to remove entity component wrappers. Dot remove entity. And then we pass the ID. Right. Fuck you talking. Sometimes it just goes bonkers and creates things that make no sense. Okay, we need to insert. No, not even that. We get the components. We need to get the component IDs of the archetype. Let's get the component IDs first. Why? Complain about what? The private property for some reason. Parallel. It's just a property. I could just call it through a method, but then at that point it's kind of basically what a property is. And if it's going to be only internal, that's not that much of an issue. Okay, we got the IDs, we got the components. Fuck you, thing. You don't know what the hell you're talking, just spaz me out, believing that you know what you're doing. Oh, there is. No, it's not still. Okay. We need to... Can we do something like expand an array? Copies a range of elements from an array, start at the first element and pastes then into another. Starting at the first element to the length is specified as a 32-bit integer. It's kind of like that. I know of a way to do it using that, but let me see if there is a method that allows me to do it directly. Copies a range of elements from an array, starting at the specified source index and paste then to another array, starting at the specified destination index. Guarantees that all changes are undone. What guarantees that all changes are undone if the copy does not succeed completely? I gotcha. Considerate one type, no. Creates a multi-dimensional array of the specified type and dimension lengths with specified lower bounds. Oh, this just creates an instance of array with the object array. Fill, I don't think it's gonna be fill, right? There's no documentation. Lovely. Changes the number of elements of a one-dimensional array to the specified new size. It's gonna be this one. Oh, no. This is bad. Because an array is a struct or an object? Because if it is, it's gonna try to change this value here. And it's not being copied, it's just being referenced. So we need to have an array of our... Is it correct? The thing might be right, now that I look at it. It might be right. And I might be the fool. Yeah, it might be right. Partially. These are the new components, which creates a new component wrapper. When I pass to add, I need a wrapper, right? Okay, let's presume it is correct. When I pass to add, I need a wrapper. Yeah, it's correct. It's not wrong. Although, no, it doesn't work. Because I can't assign a component to ECSX ID to a component wrapper. Because it doesn't even have the values. Does it? Yeah, I can't. Um... No, it shouldn't. I'm quite sure this is gonna fail. No, it's not, because goddamn, I just looked at him. This is a component wrapper as well. I'm looking at the component IDs, and the component IDs have nothing to do with it. It's just so that I can make the hashing process faster. It's correct. Turns out the thing that pretty much knows most of shit knows what he's doing. Okay, so far up to here it's fine. Now we need to kind of do the same fucking thing with the component IDs. Now we do it. Yep, in here. No. In there. Partially, buddy. Not all. Because it's gonna become a mess of things. So component IDs, new component IDs, components, new components, and then we do the tongue here. The components IDs length, and then we add the tongues, sure. It's as fast as I know that can be done. Then we get, do we have, no we don't. We don't have a method to add a new archetype. Not that I know. Is there such a thing in the context? No, there isn't, right? Yeah, I don't think we've did that before. Going to add updates. It doesn't look half as bad as the other one, but who knows? Possibly it's not as performant as the other one as well. No, because we need to hash first. For hash components. No, that's not what we do. We check to see if should it be here? I don't know. We'll check later. We hash it to see if it should be able to autocomplete. Fuck you. There it goes. Found a trick to force it to autocomplete. We try to get the value. What? Oh. Let's then rename this as new archetype. And then to increase clarity, old archetype. God damn it. This as well. Clarity, very important. Old archetype hash, old archetype. Component ID. Although it doesn't, god damn it, this doesn't not imply that it's an old one. Fuck, I'm dumb. I forgot that this is not just this code. Dumbass. So indeed, this new archetype is correct. Let's be clear to not fuck things up. So if we get the hash, if we get the archetype through the hash of the after we added the node thing, then it means that an archetype exists. So if the archetype exists, just grab the new archetype, throw the entity to it. If it doesn't, we need to create a new archetype. Fuck me. I know. Let's change this to, at least this one is thing. Existing archetype. There we go. Clearer. Longer, but clearer. And then if it doesn't find an existing archetype, no, I'm dumb. Can't we? Yeah, we can. I know how. We do this, refactor, variable, this one, var, contains archetype, it goes, and then you get new, no, god damn it. Somehow it doesn't suit right. Then we can do it like this. Then that way we use the same regardless. It is not Yeah, dumbass. Aren't you? Why it's not allowing me to click in there? It's not the mouse. There's no need to. Conditional access? It shouldn't. No, you know what? This is incorrect. If I do it like that. Assert it's not null? No suppress. Because it's not going to be, because it was checked. If it contains, the only reason why it should be inside of here is because the thing exists. It's passing the hash as a tongue. Yes, there's a new archetype, create a new archetype with component IDs. Entity to archetype hash. Oh, no. This one is one of those in which the best way to do is by using an add. Or descriptive. There we go. Entity to archetype hash. This one, let's escape because it's an assignment and I like to keep the assignments and the methods separately. Okay, you can see that throughout the whole thing. Unless, no, these together. Because as soon as you see an initial var, you see all like a list of vars, and they go, well, this is the assignment phase, and then you don't see vars anymore. This is, although these are assigned, but shit, it's just more so dot add methods than anything else. Although, can I do a dot add in here? No. Hmm. It's not this. Oh, wait a second. It's add at index. There it goes. Don't do a copy, you fuck. No, you do not do a copy. First the length. Stage then adds the icon. No. What the fuck? It's not enough space. No, you dumbass. I mean, sure, it would work, but it would work, but I don't know. It's not the intention of the thing. But throw. There it is. Next out the page. There we go. If the method was something like no, now we just delete and keep it at this add. Because if we're passing the index and the item, it's implied that we are adding it at the index. All of that just for increasing descriptive things. Do the thing for me here. Come on, do the thing. Do the thing. God damn. Fuck me, do the thing. It's not gonna do the thing because it's the same thing down there. No, dumbass. Sure, I could do 2 array copies, one after the other, but this, at least in my eyes, it's clear because we're copying the values and then we add then. And then we copy it and then we add. It's like we are copying this because we want to add to it. Now we're not going to do anything with this. Now we copy it and then we add to it. It's like this call is as close to the change. Yep. At least that's my rationale behind. And this should be clear enough. Even though it's just add, but there's 2 values here. It's an array. There's an add. There's 2 values. It could be confusing because it kind of resembles the... No, that's one of the reasons why I added the IB in front. Because it makes it clear to me that it's an extension that it's not common. So you might do different things. Like, for example, if someone is looking at the code and just goes, new component IDs.add, and looks at this, at first sight, if it didn't read out the other things up top, he might think that this is, he might think that it might be a dictionary. Because there's 1 value and 2 values, it's just key, value. But if he sees the IB ads, he's gonna think, what the fuck is IB ads? And then you can see index item. Use the IntelliSense in your favor. Me thinks this is the last of it in this part. So, new archetype. If now is the point where I need to make things clearer with... No, in here. Entities existing, which is why it should be named differently. God damn. Because if we are commenting something that should be obvious, if the name of the variables were different, the name of the variables need to be different. Maybe if we do this, it isolates to there. Yep, and then we can safely rename it to here. Sure, I took it out of the call in here for nothing, but at least, like I said previously, it's faster for me to do this. And then this check here, hey. Then, for example, if the call is inside and then I do this, I need to advance one step to see if it's going to enter or if it's going to go out. Sure, I could just do it here, but I think it's way faster. Because, for example, you could do these. But that only makes it enter if you want to see one or the other. And if you want to see just this, for example, you want to check only this code up to here that I presume should be true is true. And we can just see on the contains archetype variable. Instead of just getting to here and then just going, hey, get inside. Or then just placing here, but then the code just passing through directly. Because it entered the else. And then the code just keeps going instead of just we having control. Control. That's what happens when you're a control freak. Yeah, I would say that this is not as ugly as the other one. Let me guarantee, because the existing archetype is easy. It's just found an existing archetype, adds to the thing. Sure. If it doesn't, it creates a new archetype with the component IDs. If I recall correctly, inside of it, it does the hashing or whatever. Yeah, it does the hashing. Because it already has all the IDs and shit. Although, now that I think about it, this is a problema. No, it's not. Is it? Ooh. We don't need to hash. We don't need to hash inside of the archetype. Because if the archetype is new, we have the hash. Because it has to be... See, this is a reason of premature optimization. We think, oh, we're gonna need the hash in here, but we're not... We're doing it bottoms up instead of top to bottom. And through top to bottom, it's clear that we already have the hash in here, because I need to check for the thing. So let's just change the archetype to accept a hash. And the hash that calculated in there is an int one. But let's change it to have hash. Nope. Hash. And then we just assign the hash code to fuck me. Hash. It's gonna complain because this one is wrong. Clear. And now we just pass to here the hash. Although I think it's clearer for us to do it like this. No, fuck you. It's not the same thing. That is a different tongue. Not that value. I think Cetra's 8. Fuck. So now we hash the thing, and then we use the entity to archetype hash to add it to here. No. We can change it to here, right? Yeah, we can change it here. So it's not going to convert on every single call to it, because most of the values down there is the pure hash instead of the ints like these. Most of them are being converted for no reason. So if you just do a single conversion, we are not going to lose some nanoseconds with that. I guess the new archetype assigns the hash to it, entity to archetype hash that adds, correct, because it now stores where the hash is. Although I hate the fact that we have like a list of entities in here and a list of entities inside of the archetypes. No, it's not wrong. It's correct now that I think about it. Nothing wrong about that. Because it would allow us to get a list of... No. I'm crazy. Entity to archetype hash dot add adds to there. It gets the new archetype dot add entity. I believe we should flip these. There we go, X, and then we do it like this. Because we store the things first and then we do the methods last. Because blue with blue. We start the archetype. There's nothing more that needs to be done, right? Component hash to ID is not needed because as soon as you get the... There's a call here, get component ID. Yep. If I recall, check to see if the component is already registered. If it is, it gets the ID. If it isn't, it registers and returns the ID. So it's not a problem. Why are you complaining? Sure, I don't disagree with you. Matter of fact, I do agree. And it adds the entity, passes all the components to the tongue, and it adds the entity there to the new archetype. And as far as I know, I think the only thing left is a method around here. It's this one. Yep. It was literally just ready. So when you get is this correct? Correct components? Yeah, it's correct. It's not wrong. I mean, sure, we could have entity methods and have an adds components. But I don't know. I don't know. We could place it here or there. It doesn't matter. Maybe you could even like remove the component methods now that I think about it. Or you could have in both places, just call the same fucking thing. We'll see, we'll see. The important thing is that it's already 5 p.m. Focus this. How the fuck does 8 minutes ago I got a tier 1 gift subscription to a channel that I'm not watching? The fuck is going on? What is wrong with Twitch? Okay, regardless, it's done. I'm gonna take my break. Hopefully not going to last as long as it lasted yesterday. Hopefully the music doesn't break. Even though I need to create a fix for this, a button on my touch on my phone, so that I just press and just like refreshes this fucking widget that keeps fading for no goddamn reason. Yes. Okay, we do tongue. Is it going to fuck up as well? No, this one works still. And I'm going to be back in a jiffy in a while, possibly, hopefully not an hour. But it's good that this one is finished. Boy, we're getting ever so close to being able to add and remove components through the. No, I think it's now just a matter to change the ECSX things in there to have the methods of add, remove, and update components, and we can have the systems working. That's it. Break. I'll be right back. It was not an hour. It was definitely not an hour. It was around 40 minutes. I recall when I left was 5 and 20 or 17 or something. Sure, it's 6 hours now, but it was not an hour. It was not an hour. Where is the phone? Righto. Now I just got confused. No, I think the component methods should be in here. Because it's methods related to components. And since we're not going to, through the entity wrapper, possibly are not going to add through the entity things, it's a separate thing. Regardless, let me just look at the commits. The changes. What do we commit? That's not that much. It's the array extension. I can just do a feature. Mm, new array extensions. Fuck it. Should be enough since it's separated from the rest of the ECSX thingy. Sure, that one is committed. Now there's changes to the context that passes the propa methods. Even though now that I look at it, contextual, it's disappeared. It's doc, like here, adds, and it's add or update. So I don't know if it should change to reflect it. Hey, you know what? Let's. What is calling this code though? The entity wrap. Yeah, fuck it. Later we can implement specific and isolated ones if we need them. If we don't, fuck it. Right, back to the commits. Back to the git, to the diff. Yeah, I recall one thing. I recall one done. We have this. It's a pain in the arse. It's good to use when I'm using on my ultra wide monitor, but it's over here just oh, not that clear. So no. Still gonna do my size. Does it work in the tone? Yeah, it is. For a split second, I thought it wasn't. Sure. No, 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 no. No, there it goes. Let's go from the bottom. The archetype, what we did in the archetype, we changed the component IDs to be internal. We modified the constructor of the archetype because most of the information is passed through the outside. And we added the updates, add and remove options. Hmm. Hmm. Where did I place the component store? I'm here. Should I provide a methods of entity remover that doesn't get back a component wrapper thingy? No, because we don't remove entities per se, we remove components. And when we remove a component, it always updates to the next archetype. I wonder though. Oh, I just found an issue. A glaring issue. A very bad problemo. It would be. Did I not place a remove entity, remove component in here? Shit. And terminal. Remove. No, it's not that. It's not remove entity, dumbass. It's a void remove component. Holy. He needs. Yeah, it's the ID. It's the ID that should be Jesus. Fuck, man. Is it really needed? All of that? I think it's possibly most of this code. Yeah, it's most of that code that is connected in here, and I should possibly call it this. Part of it will need to be removed, and part of it will need to be moved to the other one. No, that's not really what I had in mind. What I was thinking about is the fact that what fucking happens when an entity has because no, we will need to remove components regardless. So far, we have what's the words that I'm looking for? So far, we have shit. We have we only have methods to add or update, which means that there is no way to remove components. So when we remove a component, it could be that there is a case into which that was the last component of that entity. Where does it go? Could be a problem. Right, so how do we do this? When we remove components, we add the component. It needs the info of the components. That's for sure. But this is our own internals, right? Internal. I think the thing was right. Void remove components. We could pass its type thing, but I don't think it's necessary. So we remove a component, we get the entity ID, and which matches with an archetype. There is almost zero checks on these because I'm going to always presume that an entity has something assigned to it regardless. The checks are going to come from outside and not from inside. And mostly, for example, when we assign the entity wrapper, it's going to be, hey, does this entity exist? Is it a valid entity? If not, well, there's something wrong in here. And through there, we can check shit. But in here, when we call in the pure methods, let's say, there's no reason to check. We just presume that the rest of the framework knows what the fuck it's doing. As long as we don't allow anything to enter here that is incorrect, it should work. Right. We want to remove a component. Through the archetype, when we remove, when we remove a component, when we remove a component, we get the entity ID, and which matches with an archetype. There is almost zero checks on these because when we remove Okay, when we remove an entity, when we remove a component, we find the entity, get the entity to archetype hash so that we can get the archetype. When we get the archetype, we call archetype dot remove entity. That is incorrecto. Because when we get the remove entity, we get the content wrap. It's basically the same fucking code again. We just assign the other wrappers to it. Over here, though, yeah, over here is not an issue. Because over here, there is always going to be one extra component. Although, there are a skip that we can do here. In case the component IDs that return from here, like this one, if the returns component IDs, is it here? No, this is the archetype. New component IDs is the one that is going to be added. Yeah, it's down in this part. Up here, it doesn't matter. So we grab the component IDs from the archetype. No, it's not. It's not going to be an issue, regardless. Because there's not going to be a situation into which this archetype here is going to be just one. Oh, there's another situation now that I think about it. No, because the option to create an entity always requires to pass the components yet. There's no way to create an empty component now that I think about it. If I remember correctly, where's the entity? Entity. It's not an empty one. There is no entities. There's no entity IDs, but there is not such a thing as an empty entity ID. Because whenever we create the entity, we require a component, which means that it always will be assigned an archetype. But there is the case into which when we remove the component, it needs to be passed to the proper tongue using this partial code in here. Oh, this looks ugly over here. Right, we're gonna require only the component IDs and the components. The new component ones are not necessary. We don't also need to copy them. We don't need to do these operations. Yeah, there is barely any repeated code in here because we won't have to. It's mainly assignments than anything else. We won't be required to copy because the no, it's not a problem. It's as long as we check to see. Removing an entity is not the same thing as removing components. I just noticed this. When we remove a component, we remove the entity as well, but we need the information of which component was removed. Although the caller should know that. Because the caller is requesting the component to be removed, so it should know. Gotcha. And in case of an adding or updating, there is no need to remove any of the components in there because it's always going to grab the existing components and then put something else into it. So I thought the code was going to be similar to that one, but it's not. Yeah, because since we're removing the component, we're always going to remove it from the archetypes. We're always going to remove it from the archetypes. That is a guarantee. But now, oh, somehow this suggestion seems correct, but at the same time not. We get the components, and we need to find among those components our components. We need to find among those components which component it is that is going to go out, going to be popped out. I don't think that we need to. No, there's no way because of the way that we do things. Because as we do this, when we yeah, we're gonna do this thing. And that's one problem right here, because the component wrapper doesn't take into consideration if the components in here are valid or not. So we need to change the size of the thing. We need to either change the size, or we check here through each component if the component is null or not. I don't know which one would be faster. Because over here, we're going to be checking over and over, over and over. Like even the ones, most of the time, the components are going to be valid. That could be valid, although I don't exactly like it. What does it return? It returns the thing only, right? Let me see what we can do. No. Fuck me. I was trying to get it to shortcut to the S. Okay. Clone, copy to. Get an numerator length, low length, bound, value. Because the value with a specified position in the one-dimensional array indexes. It's the one-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional. That's the thing that I was trying to remember back before. The index is specified as something that got cut. Initialize. Initializes every element of the value type array by calling the parameterless constructor of the value type. Yeah. And set the ooh. So it's not add, it's set value. God damn it. So I don't need to add the IB add, it's set value. Why did I not look into this? Like this, it's basically the same fucking. Although we decided the IB add, they could do set value. Hash code equals type number wise clone because a shallow copy of the current objects. Span. There's link. I fucking hate it. So nothing else, presume. Now just go to the array. Binary search. No. What does the binary search returns? Searches entire one-dimensional sorted array for specific elements using the comparable interface implemented by each element of the array and by the specified object. Since it returns an int, I would presume that returns the index. But it doesn't say. Although on the other ones, you add the index, so makes even less sense. Oh, it must be one of those if, oh, it returns a 1 if it's valid, it returns a 0 if it isn't. Or -1 is if shit. That's some dumb ass bullshit like that. String copy. Could do something like this, but it is going to be way too specific. True for all. Changes the number of elements in one dimensional array to the specified new size. You know what would be nice? If we could like trim an array to remove the... Let me see if there is a thing like that. Oh, using link. Fucking spice link. Yeah, there's no way besides doing either link or for each. Fuck. Click it. What gonna tell me to do thing? Nothing. Asshole. I kind of like this because it's not exactly link, but it kind of is at the same time. It's just not really. It's just basically doing a for each with an action. Each. Nope, it's not it. Let me enforce the thing then. That's basically it. Yes. Although I don't like that it does a 4. It has a new components, new component wrapper, components are length -1. So it's array that has less than the ones that are in here. I'm quite sure that this is the place where spans would be greater. Doesn't mean that when I use a span, if I do it using a span, is it faster? I would presume the spans are basically that. So spans help you mainly by avoiding temporary allocations and letting you work on contiguous memory efficiently. Hmm. Yeah, optimization. Yeah, there's no need. Okay, new components. Get a one that has one less, but it's just removing a single component. I'm quite sure that I will need one that is optimized to remove more than one component at once. Because it will, and having the deferred operations will help as well. Because, for example, if I remove two components from a thing, if I do this through here, it's going to assign to an archetype and then remove again, and then assign to the other archetype, and then it's just gonna do two assignments, two copies, too much of things that are not needed to be done. Okay, competence length -1, index 0. I still don't understand. No, it's because I need the index. I can just add to it. Sure, could get a list and then from the list creates make it two array or shit like that. Just you have to initialize the list and you have to initialize the thing. It's just let's do 4 with an index. What are you complaining? Does it really improve that much if I reduce the next thing? Uh, barely, because I could just do this. A little bit on. Okay, new components index equal components I, and then increases the index. So this creates the new components array. But now we need to find the hash, the new thing from the hash, if it exists or not. Yeah, if it contains the archetype, we're gonna the new archetype hash. We create a hash of the components that are in here with the new thing. If it contains the archetype, we'll do a try get value with the new archetype hash we found and find an existing archetype. And if it contains the archetype, it's gonna assign the entity to archetype hash to the ID, the new archetype hash. Existing archetype adds the entity with the components. It's fine. It's basically what I was going to do. And it's the rest of the other parts. New archetype, the component IDs, new archetype hash, and assigns the entity to archetype hash that adds, archetypes that add, and then new archetype adds the entity to it. Literally all the things that our was going to do. And we return the I components. What are you complaining? Wait, can it? Yeah, it can regardless, because the index is just from the outside, god damn it. I mean, it's not that clear, but still. I'd rather use for eaches than for. For one specific reason, I trust the compiler to convert the for each to a better for if it can. And because, for example, I'm quite sure that if I do a for and the for is not optimized, the compiler is not going to care. The compiler is just going to look at it and just go, he made a for. Let's apply the optimizations of for. And with the optimizations of for each, you can apply the optimizations of for each and of the for. So there's two optimizations that could be applied. And it could even maybe perform in a way that for each better than it would be able to think, to reason about if it was just a for. I guess. At least it makes sense. Shut the fuck up. I was thinking here with the index of, there's no need to remove from the old component list because the old component list is not used after this pass here. There is nothing left to do. And we clearly will need a batch version of this. Although I wonder what will return. The components in order, like an array of components that were removed, and in the same order that we requested them to be removed. I think. Although, with the... No, it shouldn't be a problem. Because if we're going to do the thing through the query, we can just query the components. We can just get the component and just present it to the system in a manner that's not going to matter much, I guess. But now thinking about it, why the fuck have the component? I don't know. I don't know. I think that it makes sense to return the component that we just removed. I think this is solved as well. Now we, on the context, no. There we go. We have a remove now. And let's do an add or update here. And a remove as well. Fuck me. Where is it? The fuck just ate that thing? There it goes. What are you complaining? Shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter for them. That should be it. Yeah, the add or update calls, update or calls, and it's funny how, yeah, it makes sense because we either add an entity to an archetype or we remove an entity from the archetype or we update a component that is already on the archetype. It makes perfect sense. I don't see how you wouldn't make sense. Right, archetype. Changes to the index map. And then add, yeah, fine. Oh, the music that I don't like. I like the guy speaking in the middle of it. Am I in the... Oh, I am, and just selecting the wrong thing. Okay, archetype manager, we add a lot of... We changed the hash components to static, we implemented the adder update, and we made the remove component as well, as long as the get component ID. I can see that I don't have a get component, but we'll do it on the next pass. Component wrapper, ECSX ID. It's just reorganization of the code on it. Add or replace components and remove components on the context, and the wrapper is the same fucking thing. Feature. Entities now support addition and removal of components. I wish the source tree thing had a grammatical check. Right, everything turned white. Okay. Now we need the get component, which is gonna be made on... let's do again bottom, top to bottom, because if I do, for example, the archetype from here, I'm quite sure that the get component requires it to be a component wrapper to be passed. But let's do from where we will get the fucking public void. No. Alright, no. No, we're gonna need two types. That one. And it's gonna go through there, and we... Is there a situation in where we'll not need... No, I don't know. Let's pass it at T for now. There we go, should be enough. I could just click here and just do a I might. Create it for my might. Which is gonna create in the wrong place. And it needs to be over here. And over here is going to basically complete the other one based on the context that these things have, and I fucking despise when it does that. Over here too. No, it's not changed signatures, introduce variable. Var have just component is enough. Because we know that it's being removed. Shut the fuck up. Over here, let's do the same fucking thing. Refactor, introduce variable. This one, var components, enter. Now we go to the archetype manager, and in between the add and the remove, we do an, I don't know, oh, I see, I accidentally select the thing with a double click of the mouse. No, that's where you're wrong. It's where you are wrongo. Can I do like this? I'm quite sure I can. This is fine. It's not T, it's T components. Dumbass. There we go. So I was wondering why there was an error in here. In here it makes sense. The archetype manager has no such method yet. Yet. Right, so let's see if it makes sense. It gets an entity to archetype hash, makes sense. And var archetype, I noticed that I am not doing any checks outside to see if the things are valid. Entity to archetype hash. It could be that over here the entity might not have an archetype. But we could do it in the middle of the code. Component ID, get the component ID of the type. Get a component wrapper, array.find. No, that's clearly not how it's done. Dumbass. Bots will do it partially. From here, it's so fucking wrong. Yes, from there. I don't know that I think about it. What kind of error this returns if it doesn't exist? Just wondering there. Do archetype exists. I'm just wandering now into this. Hmm. Pretty much all the entities must exist here. Because an entity very much likely needs to have an archetype. Yep, I don't think this is needed. At least not for now. Until I start getting errors of, hey, buddy, this shit doesn't exist. Then sure, for now. Because, for example, I could search from the outside, from the context. Does the entity to archetype hash has this key, this entity as key? If it does, then it can continue. If it doesn't, then it just spews some error shit. Okay, finds the archetype, gets the component ID. Then after it gets the component, it shut the fuck up. After it gets the component ID, we go to the archetype and request the component. No, it's correct. We need a wrapper. We need to pass a wrapper to the what? Right? No. Do we? I don't think so. The gets. Can I pass directly just the ID? The component ID and nothing more? Because I don't need the value, right? The component wrapper is because we need to pass the value along. Yeah, we don't need to. There's no need for it. The component ID by itself is enough. Yeah, we get the component from the entity, and we get this component from this entity. And it should just work, resume. And since it has the code outside and updates get, it is no, don't be dumb. Don't be stupid. Oh, damn it. Public eye. There is. Oh, it needs to get inside of the store. The store doesn't need it as well. Like, in this way, there's several points of checks. If there is not a single reason for me to have these calls here, I am later going to remove them and expose the store as internal and just let the archetype manager call it directly. Although I'm quite sure that if the compiler already clears these and inlines it, since it's just a call to a call and just like removes the middleman and just places it there. Quite sure. But it's extra steps that shouldn't, like extra shits that could cause problems. Index of the component index map, component array, component storage ID, return component array. Right? So it gets the index of the component ID from the component index map. It looks at the it finds which component array it needs to look at by passing the ID, the entity ID. Oh, yep, I see the issue. That is feeling weird. This should be entity ID. I don't know why the ECSX ID, I like it having it as D in uppercase. I don't have an entity ID thing, right? I just have the CSX ID and the component ID. It's likely that eventually I will create an entity ID to specify things. But I'm not sure yet if such a thing is needed. Now it's clear. This clearly says component ID. This one clearly says entity ID. We could call this just wrapper. It's a thing that wraps, like Lil Wayne or other rappers. Sure. Everything should be fine. Like, for example, if we left it as component, it would be component without components. It feels weird. Just wrapper the components makes more sense. Is there any other location which we could use components as wrapper? No. Here, for example. wrappers. Over here we call it wrapper. Update the component wrapper. And then pass it wrapper. It wraps. Righto dito. So this gets the tongue, which comes to here, gets the components, which gets the archetype manager by race tensions, and gets the component from here, which returns it. And as it returns to the context is the only one that needs generics. It gets the complemento, and then converts it back to a regular tongue, which the entity wrapper gets. Great, that was quite easy. I mean, it's a simple process. Kind of, it would be nice if it was just a single method call instead of just having to do a bunch of shit on the archetype manager, for example. Having to look at so many archetype hashes, IDs, shit like that. It would be nice if it was just a single call, just hey, and then snap, just gets. I don't think there's a way to. Don't think there's a method to do that in a single call. No, there is. Yes. If we use some sort of temporary structs similar to the ECSX ID, but using bitwise values to assign to it, and then that bitwise value serves as a hash, we could use a single value to pass the information of entity, component, and archetype in a single memory space, in a single long. Though, how much of an advantage that would be, because we would still need to know what the archetype hash is. We would still know what is the archetype, and we still need to know what's the component ID to assign to it. We would still have to query values. This sort of optimization might improve memory usage, but I don't think it would improve performance, because we would be passing just a single value. And that single value is just going to be drilling down and going as a single value in memory, storing all the other values instead of, like, for example, 3 things in here. Like this hash, and the ID as well. Nah, nothing to worry about for now. Okay, the get, the component store, change the names, created a get component that returns an I component and not a generic one, because the internal thing doesn't need to worry about generics. It's funny how things are way clearer than on the previous framework that I was creating. Get component, there it is, and then the context. Not that much change here, besides... No, let's go here. Let's change these to make things clearer. You're not just passing any ID. You're passing an entity ID, which is why it's very likely that I might create an entity ID, struct object, or whatever the fuck to enforce that by type instead of by naming convention. The archetype manager's entity ID as well. The wrapper doesn't need it because it's gonna use its own ID. The archetypes are correct. So are the store. Fine. So fine. So nice. Righto, feature. Support for getting components. Man, we're getting like ever so close to things being functional. Like it was what, 5 days, I guess? Yep. It's not fully 5 days. It's like not even a day if you count only the hours. I mean, it was around what, 5? Yeah, it was around 5 hours each day. So that it's 5 days, spent 5 hours almost a day. Because on certain days, I'm quite sure that I didn't do 5 full hours. Considering the fact that it took me years to not finish entity framework. No, it's not really true. I had a functioning version of it, but I just looked at it and thought, I don't like this. Let's improve. And then I kept doing bullshit on it. Fire complaint. Fuck you. Fuck you. Why though? Are you telling me that this value is not being used anywhere besides inside here? There's no way. I want. There is no way. It's not being used anywhere besides here. Ah, it's mostly because I'm using hashes. Although I'm not sure I should be using this. I could be using this, but for the time being. Right. Let me think. The entity wrapper now can add, get, and remove components. That's basic for an entity. Although this complains that no archetype is being assigned ever, mostly because we're not doing calculations behind the scenes to assign archetypes. So we need to look at assistance now, right? Because the next step is making the systems work. Fuck you. Righto. Let's close pretty much all the other tongues because they're very much likely going to be working with systems now. Okay, the system. Let me look at the ECSX as well. So I have the phase, the execution, the initialization, and the execute callback. All right. We'll need to look at the manager too. Place the wrapper there. So again, we're going to, the way it's going to work, let's get the game manager too. The game manager is up there. Split it left to right from order of calls. Where the fuck is the call? I think I accidentally closed it. So the game manager does context assistance, execute systems, and requests to execute the systems related to the update phase. It goes into the context. Let's do this properly. Let's drill down. It goes into the context. So the context passes the information to the system manager and just does, hey buddy, executes order 66. And then it just goes there. Who goes there? And then we execute the systems. Through the phase, we look at all the systems that belong to the same phase and execute then through the execute callback. The execute callback goes to the implementation. And over here, what it does is execute in order the all internals and the each internals. The all internal executes all pass in a query, and the each internal has fuck all on it. Great, so the only responsibility that we need to do right now is mess with the internal execution of the system, because all the other things on the outside are fine. But first, we need a system, which is the player input. Fuck me. There it goes. Player inputs. We create the player components, movements, and rights. Designate the phase, updates, execution says to execute each only and not the all, which but maybe will change just to have proper testing. The component query says for the builder to do a width and check for queries that have this component, which means that we'll have to create another system. Did I close the thing accidentally? I didn't even click even close to the thing. Sure, we're gonna use the player input eventually, but there is a cave at. Let's make empty systems work first. Public static class unity engine data. No, dumbass, you can't do it from the thing. I guess a component, which is not going to be that. It's going, god damn it, I'm gonna have to look at the floats. Delta time. I'm gonna have to look at some of the importante data from Unity. This is mainly a way to pass values through the system without having to inside of the thing query for the. Oh, that makes me think something else. Huh. This is going to create a very interesting thing. So we have the delta time. So as the application's playback time to allow users to save screenshots in between frames. There's a bunch of information here, which is why we're gonna do something like, no, shut the fuck up. Public structs, no, read only? Read only, no. Regular structs. Time values. It's not an I component, dumbass. And inside of it, we're gonna have delta time, and we're gonna have unscaled delta time, and we're gonna have fixed delta time and unscaled fixed delta time. But we're gonna have then with proper naming. Fucking dumbass. It's possibly repeating the one in the upper part. And over here, we're gonna assign a time. Oi, dumbass, can't you see the thing underneath you? Time. So it's more so it's organized. so we can pass like specific values. And the reason we are doing this is so that we can separate and isolate the information from the unit engine to pass them as components inside of the tongue. But the thing is, there's going to be a single entity with this component. Which makes me think that we need components that is a unique component. So that we can have an isolation between regular archetypes and unique archetypes, because it's an entity that only has a single thing. No. Let's think. Any unique components? There's an entity that is assigned this component. There won't be a second entity of that one. So if we try to assign the components to something else, most of the time we should just return an error and say, hey, buddy, this component already exists somewhere else, dumbass. And there is also another problem. Not that much if you stop and think about it, because, for example, consider the system. The system is going to, we're going to have to needs at least two systems. One that is going to be the public class update system. That is, let me just move things to separate class because it's polluting the other one. This, for example. We don't need a query in here, so we can just return the builder, or even maybe return no, I don't know. No, let's just builder. We could maybe also have systems that don't have queries on them. So we could have, for example, an ECSX query system or ECSX system, and this system doesn't have queries. So we don't need to even do a component query in here. And he won't have like execute all, execute each, and shit like that. It will have just an execute. Because it doesn't, since it's not querying anything, it doesn't need to go through all this process. And it doesn't need all this nonsense. Right? It makes sense, right? But we need clear name separation. If the regular one is going to be ECSX query system, or ECSX system query, which one would be better? Query system or system query? I know, we could just ditch the ECSX system in front of the name and just do a query system. And then the regular system we do, we create a base system so that we can improve on top of that. And we make it internal, I think. Quite sure that we can do it internal and then do a public on top of the internal. Yeah, because it's not going to expose the things to outside, I guess. No, I don't know. I don't know if it's doable. No, we just seal. We can just seal all of these classes. But then we can. How the fuck do we do this internal sealed class? Weird. Yeah, maybe we can do an internal inherit from an internal base class. So we have the query system, which is basically this system already, and we'll have and we could also change maybe this system execution to query execution. And on the base system, we have the phase, because the phase needs to basically exist on everyone, because that's how we call them. So if this is going to be the query system, which system is going to be a system that just does things? It doesn't look at values nor anything. Although it will require access to something in order to, it will require access to a wrapper of sorts. What if we do something like a query, like for example, in the ECSX system, we do over here, instead of query, do a query system util. And then pass the util in here, and then they do the util through here. And then over here, we just do a query entity wrapper. Yeah, but then I still don't know what will be the name of the fucking, of the goddamn regular system. Base system is gonna be the default system. Just logic system? Let's go with logic system for the time being. Just so that we don't lose a bunch of time just wondering what the fuck to name the thing. Query system. And then we're gonna have something like wait a second, that is the namespace. Nope. Public class. No. Let's do something like this. Internal. No, got the internal public. Yeah, it makes a lot of fucking sense, dumbass. The base system, drop the base. And then this one implements ECSX system. And that one makes sense to be called IECSX system, which that one has phase. Doesn't need a system execution for this one because it's specific to the query. It's gonna fuck up this initialization part. We're gonna have to need to pass some data there. There's no way. Maybe the context. Yeah, it should be enough. Should be enough to be able to get any sort of information from the context. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, but I get it. It makes a lot of sense, but shut the fuck up regardless. Sure, now we just do this one, alt, implement missing members. There it goes. And over here, we remove this, put it as base system. It's complaining about something. The query builder is gonna be a problem. Because how the fuck we're gonna get to... Where was it called first before the... something else must have an error. No, the initialization was never called previously. I remember. Mm-hmm. Why is it doing this one as explicit? Virtual? Can I do? No. Protected? I don't think it works like that. No. Oh, I know how to do it. I think I know how to do it. The execute call back here should be abstract. In the same way that the execute callback here wasn't. Fuck! It shivers me timbers. How the fuck was I doing this? Why does it need to be explicit? Why it insists that it needs to be public void initialize context. What is your complaint? Method initialize cannot implicitly implement a non-public method for interface, i.e. ECSX system. Yet that is the problem. Is the fact that it's non-public. Can I have an internal interface? And then have this not be internal? Although it works. But yeah, this one can be internal, there's no problem. So the way you're gonna do this is by calling it abstracted. Because every class needs to implement it. What is your complaint? Makes a bunch of sense. Okay. Just need to now remove the internal parts from here. Fuck me, place the V. Alright, this one, correcto mundo. Is this going to complain? Okay. So can we do a public one? Right, that is fine. And what's the problem? Let me look at the query builder. It has reference to the context. Should, now that I think about it, should the system have a reference to the context? And true, it's call other things around here. Although I don't like the idea of contexts having more information than they need to. So public class can inherit from internal interface, no problems. But what if I do this protected? Does it complain? Most definitely does. I ain't quite sure that I can't do protected here, right? It's just no fucking way. I can't. But it still complains in here. Because it's mostly because the thing needs to be accessed through the internal thing. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna do this in a different way. It's gonna be called execute. This is gonna be called initialize. It's gonna be internal. Sure. Now we're gonna get the query system. I'm gonna get this as no. We're gonna for some reason the execution phase is public, sure. Comments missing members, okay, it's fine. Although they are implement because the thing here is no, it's back to external. External. Now he's gonna complain and make explicit. Also explicit. We're basically switching the thing. And then what we're gonna do is do a protected. I don't like calling it internal. But sure. I was going to call it callback, but potato, I say. Why are you complaining? Oh, because the execute callback does not exist anymore. But the execute requires nothing. You lose. Good base. Skip the query builder here in case. Righto, this is the base system. So far, it doesn't need much more than that. We don't need this. No, we do. Fuck. Over here, we need it to be abstract as well. Is it going to override one with the other? I think it will, right? Because it's not complaining with namings. Oh, it is now. Oh, I see. Since it's abstract, as long as I don't do anything to it, it's passed to the next one. It's the next one's problem. Okay, so now we do an override with next initialize internal and we don't have access to the context. Fuck me, I don't. Initialize internal requires context. To at least have some information. And this one calls initialize internal, passes the context, should solve things. It allows us to have explicits and things at the same time. Goes. And what are you complaining? Oh, it's because there's no context in here. No, it's correct though. So we need to get the. Does that work? Now, when you create a query, you get the hash. Oh, I know what it should do here. We're gonna do something called calling the component query. Although it requires a builder, so we need to pass a builder that exists. How the fuck do we create builders? There's one where it's just the context. Great. Query. No, not that. Var query builder equals new query builder with a context, and we do this. And then we call component query builder. Yup, it works. It just works. And shut the fuck up, we're not gonna do anything like that because the query builder thing is already there. And we solved another issue with that one. Over here we do protected overrides, voids, remove the tongue, put it on internal, and it works. And it's basically doing the execution. The rest is just the same. So this one still has a query builder, still has execution statements, execute teach. Maybe I'm gonna change this to query execution, but I'm not sure yet. But for the time being, this one is just the same as it was before. I believe that I should commit. See what are the changes. We added the base system. We changed the ECSX system to have more context, literally. The query system, the ECSX system is changed to a query system. The system manager calls the systems using the proper callback. Player inputs. Now implements query system instead of ECSX system. And we still have the engine data, that is something entirely different. Refactor? Refactor. Because it's not a new feature, we just like change the way things are to be different and better in order to add a new feature, which is the logic system, I guess. Name pending. Changes to systems to allow for multiple types of systems. Yep. Commit back to the tongue. Right, now we write the... I still don't like the fact that this is public. And we can't make it sealed as well. It's not that much of a problem if someone creates a new system and it works based on the things that are here. Although he's gonna possibly have problems because he's gonna have less access to the context. But who knows? I can't make it sealed. Otherwise I can't get from the other ones. The base system can't be, it's just problems. I wonder if in new systems we can do this. Public, man, this song brings back my memories. Oh boy. It's funny how some people know certain songs from certain things and other people just hear the song and have no fucking idea where they're from. Right, no, yeah, this is still an abstract one. Whoa, wait a second, let me test one thing. If I place abstract here, oh, it just doesn't complain about anything. I see. In here, I need to implement them because it's, gotcha. I think you can just implement here for, no, yes, yes. Initialize internal, even though it's show. There it is. Now we do public abstract void execute. Is it going to complain with the original one? No, it's not. Thing is, we need to pass something here so that whomever is executing things in the logic system, which is going to be what this derives from. Fuck me, just god damn it. Fighting anything. Public. Class update system, logic system, yep. Yeah, implement the other missing members, sure. Do the fixed one. There it goes. So now, what it's going to do, it's basically public class. It is initialized system, but wait a second. Can a fixed update be called before the first update call? No, right? Because of the order of events, right? I'm quite sure they can't. Go back to the projector. Unity scripting, script execution order. Because there's the order of events. This one? Yes. So it calls awake on initialization, it calls awake, and it calls on enable. So awake runs even before you enable the tongue. And then resets is called when the script is attached and not in play mode. So it's only called in the editor. Otherwise, it goes awake on enable starts. And then it ooh. Me no likey. Fixed update comes first before the physics. I absolutely despise that. Well, I guess we have a solution for this, Sunny. Where is the unit execution phase? Yeah, even the fixed update is first on the update order. Shit. No, it's not initialize. Let's use the same name because it's Unity. So it starts. And then here we just apply a 10,000, over here change to 2, then you change to 3, and over there, I think change to 4. There are way other things around places, but for now we don't need them. So start is gonna have to be the initial one. I never thought I would have to do something like that, but still. So in the context we initialize, and we just run the fuck up. We definitely need to register the systems as soon as possible. So we initialize in here, and maybe we even register the systems in there. And on the start, we just systems dot execute start. Don't like it. I absolutely despise it, but it is what it is. In a way, it makes sense, but at the same time, because for example, yeah, I don't like this. I really do not like this. Matter of fact, I fucking hate it. Because, for example, let's say that we use the start to configure things so that for example, in this case, we are going to create the entity that has this component. And then on these other ones, we just like get the component and update it. Just gonna get it, update, get, update. A matter of fact, this one shouldn't be a struct, it should be a class. Because we're gonna just get it and then just update it. I think that we should somehow change the way things work. For example, an I component is structs, and we create an iref component that should be classes. And in that manner, we can have some separation and guarantee that we are dealing with things correctly. And for example, an iref components can be stored somewhere and kept as a reference in a manner that does not require you to keep like updating it or whatever the fuck. And this is specific case. I don't know. So yeah. But the problem being that with the start manager, I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like having this start here. Don't like it. But it's got to be like this because it will allow things to be called when they shouldn't. I'll think about it. Maybe because I'm the way I think about these things is so that eventually the game can be modded. And I don't want to open up avenues for people to mods more than they should. No, I think I can solve this by using like some hidden calls that only I can make through inside of the game code, and a mod can't call that method like in any manner. Yeah, that can be solved like this. Fuck it. Regardless, we still need to know what we pass on the logic system so that we could have an object that has access to select method thingies through here, right? For example, an object that has methods regarding entities only has access to entity and component methods, and then we just reference these things. So in that manner, we are not exposing the context, and we are also not exposing anything else. Although the context is going to be exposed, we can access through the outside, but not through the inside of systems, which is the part where it matters. Yeah, think I think that's the best way. But how so? Public class. What can I name this? Logic utils. So in that manner, we do a public entity methods. Entities. And yeah, like this, and then just public context dot component methods components, and then we start. Come on, my like this. And in here we pass a logic utils. And when we execute the internal side of it, I don't like this. Because where the fuck will we get the context? If not from having a context reference inside of the fucking thing. No, dumbass. We're just fucking dumbass. We just have a public. No, private. Logic, utils. Utils. And then on the initialization, fucking dumb, get a thing. We pass the context, and over here we just pass the utils. In that manner, we don't have a reference inside of the tongue to the context. Fuck you. Get the proper value, dumbass. There it is. Nope. Yep. And that exposes the entity methods and the component methods. So we can add or update components, and we can create entities. That is perfect. I knew that separating these things in here would pay out in the future. Oh man, I'm so fucking happy with this. Guess I'm gonna end today on a happy note. Logic, utils. Over here, we just do the same fucking thing. Utils. And so we do it here too. There we go. Man, this is like the same thing that I did yesterday when it's the same brush. When I did this thing yesterday and just figured I can pass a params in here and just add as many fucking things as I want, and now I notice I never did the proper thing in here. Don't pass. Oh man. I will have to properly fix this. Do add components to the NC. Oh, that is so stupid. God, I can't believe I forgot that. I think I'm gonna have to end it right here. Let me just check one thing. Yep, I'm gonna end it right now. At least we're gonna end it on high notes because the systems are basically working right now. I thought it was going to do only the components today, but the systems are a go. Wait a second. Let me just look at the Unity engine data. What shows up when I call the utils in here? Utils dot components and entities. It just shows there are component methods and entity methods. I thought it was going to show up as context.component methods, but it doesn't. It's nice because it is isolated. A little bit, at least. It doesn't expose that those are the same things that are inside of the context. And it's exactly what the logic system needs. It doesn't need to know about archetypes, I think. It doesn't need to, like, see which archetypes are in the background. It doesn't need to... The only thing it needs to do is mass with components and mass with entities. It either adds things or gets things from... And it like, for example, when we create an entity from it through the context, it returns an entity wrapper. And through the entity wrapper, we can do the same things. So if we need to do a for each or something like that, we can just call the utils and just pass the ID and the components through the utils. if we want to use entities, we can just use the entities directly. We can do something like a for each entity ramp and just like pass the things. That is working. It's turning out to be a very, very, I don't think robust is the word, but it's close. But yeah, for now I'm gonna end it right here. It's already 5 hours, 5 and 20, even though it's not 8 p.m., but it's already 5 hours. Normally I want to screen 6 hours of this, but these were 5 productive hours. Although it was basically 40 minutes of break. But still. I'm gonna go. See you. Bye. Maybe later. There is, yesterday I was way too tired. Had to sleep. But maybe later there is fuck, forgotten the name of the thing. Maybe later there is the this is a case in which like it would be good to, for example, over here just do the add create entity and pass the components to it, and on these other ones just do update, because we know that the entity exists because it was called through here first, and then we don't need to pass through the checks. This is a good case for having a pure update component because we know that that component exists. That is one of the cases. But I'm gonna go. See you. And like I said, maybe I will play a game at night. I don't know. It's been problematic to play games, mostly because I fucking don't know what to play. I'm going. Bye. See you.